What's going on, YouTube? Doing a 3D printed basilisk. It's a mythical creature. Welcome in. Got 2 people in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Doing a basilisk tonight. Still on the first layer. A lot of different little spots on it. So welcome in. Got 4 people in. Sweet. Oh, yeah. This should come out pretty cool with all the detail on it and stuff with the change of the colors and everything in the scales. It should come out pretty darn cool. The Musatar came out pretty cool as well too. Definitely not as much supports. There is supports, but not as much as there was on the Musatar last night. So you should see a lot more of this during the build. That's funny. Okay. If you can, hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Also, share us out. Turn this down a little bit. do the temperature here. Let's see. Very nice. Nice. I guess it's going to be a quiet night. Welcome in. was quiet. Yes. Let's see if it's going to come out cool. I'm going to do some tinkering. I'm going to make a whole bunch of noise. Try not to. Nah, huh? Oh, shoot. I'll take a break for a second. My boy's here. Just going through stuff in here, situating stuff, looking for, pulling up some lights, pulling up, like I said, doing the same thing I was doing last night, bro. How you doing, man? Pulling out accessorize, dude. Looking at lights that I might use. Air filters. I got some uni filters, but they're red. But I also got some black filters that are like the uni filters, but they're not unis. But I want to use black for that snorkel system. Just trying to get stuff somewhat situated so it's, when Luch does come down next week, it's fire it and it's ready to go. You know what? For the things that I want to do, we can do a couple initial videos of what I'm getting and have those ready. Dude, I finished up the live stream this morning and we're getting ready to go to Wally World, go in the house, get changed. Kids are getting up, getting ready. Wife's getting ready. Knock at the door. Wife answers the door. Dogs are going off, dude. Not even kind of barking. They're just going off. So I rush over there, go to look out the door, and it's a cop. And he's like, "We need to go into your backyard. Do you mind if we go into your backyard?" "Oh, doing all right, man. Haven't opened the box yet. Gonna do a video tomorrow." Cool. Oh, the moose turned out awesome, bro. But so anyways, I go open up the gate. We put the dogs up so the dogs won't even like go through the sliding glass door in the back. And he says, he says, "Do you have people in the house?" And I says, "Yes." He says, "Can you have them go to the front part of the house?" And I'm like, "Okay." And he goes back there, dude, and draws his pistol. And he's walking back and forth in my backyard, pacing my backyard with his pistol in his hands. Or in his hand. I did a little video. Yeah, dude. What happened was one of my neighbors behind me on the next street over, My wife is friends with, and my son's best friend lives catty corner to us on the other street. So like we can hop from one corner of the fence. You could hop the fence and be in their backyard. She called her asking her what happened, and it's one of our other neighbors. He's like an old vet and stuff, and I guess some construction guys like was blocking his driveway, and he asked him to move, and they ignored him. And I don't know what happened, if it was a second or a third time, but I don't know if they ridiculed him or something. He's an old dude. He's like in his late 70s. You know, he's a war vet. He's kind of set in his ways. Real good guy, man. Very, very good guy. He'd give you the shirt off his back, dude. Awesome guy. Went through a stroke not too long ago, so he's like 60%, you know what I mean? Physically. And the guy used to go to the range like every other day, dude. He was retired military. Anyways, I guess he went out with a rifle and told those construction movers they needed to move the car again. Well, I guess they moved it, but they also called PD. And that's when they came and they swooped on people's backyards all around his house. Blocked the streets off the next street over, and went in with an APV and shields and the whole nine. Thing is this guy is a very proud gun owner. He's also does all his own ammo and all that stuff. So because these people, which doesn't justify what he did, okay? I'm not justifying it at all. But, you know, you're blocking somebody's driveway and somebody comes out and asks you to move. There's a reason they're asking you to move. And it's not like they're asking you to not park in front of their house. They're asking you to not block your driveway. And if you either A, ridicule them, or B, completely ignore them, then you're going to get a shitty attitude. You know what I mean? But not like that. And I guess he just had enough, bro. And he went and told him. It's intimidated him. And they called the cops. So it sucks because he's probably going to lose all his rights, you know, and all that. They brought him out. He didn't come out at first. I had to. I kept calling my other neighbor across the street that lives across the street from me. It's like they're best friends. You know, he comes over and sits there and they drink the kicking chicken together. And they'll sit back and drink some wild turkey, you know, and just hang out. And I got a hold of him and he called them and, you know, texted him and stuff like that. And said, you need to go outside. You know, I guess he kind of was going into a little bit of PTSD. And luckily, homeboy got him to go out there. Because they knew he had firearms. They knew everything about him. And it could have turned into a real bad situation. You know what I mean? So a real good guy. I can tell you one thing, though. There's some real pissed off neighbors and some construction workers. And don't think they'll be coming around too much. And I think the neighbor that hired them, a lot of people, they're the ones straight behind us. And a lot of people don't like them. And I'd be willing to bet the way that street is, there's a real sharp turn right there. And it's really like in front of his house and in front of their house, you got 2 parking spaces. Not like in front of my house, I can park 3 or 4 cars. But the way that turn is, you can only park a couple cars there. And I'm willing to bet that it was probably a construction truck, a bigger truck. And they probably were blocking his driveway. And he said, dude, you know, the hell out of my driveway. I don't blame him for that one. But what are you going to do, right? Yeah. So, and that police officer was carrying a Glock. Just saying, you know, Glocks are supposed to be quote unquote going to be outlawed here in California, but he was carrying a Glock. Yeah, dude. No, that's the thing, dude. Is that's what I was worried about was, you know, something happening to where because they were shielding up, dude. And they pulled up with an APV. They blocked the whole block off right there, and they were going into backyards, like my next door neighbor's backyard, the one next to him. They were like down to do something, bro. And that kind of freaked me out a little bit, you know, like, you know, this guy's done for, you know, and that's what I thought about because, you know, he is an old vet, you know, he's an old war vet. So, and not, and no offense or anything, but Vietnam, you know, I know he's in his late 70s. He could be a little older, but dude, that guy don't have nothing to lose, right? You know what I'm saying? It's not like he's crazy or anything, but I guess some people would maybe say that differently because he did go out with a rifle. He, you know, and I know he's got concealed carry. He used to brag about it all the time with us. But dude, he walked out with a rifle. So they either had to have said something to him or were taunting him like he wasn't going to do anything because he is kind of gimping, you know, because of the stroke. So I just feel real bad for him, man. Really, really good dude. The kind of guy like he knows us and he knows who our kids are and stuff. So like that's one of the houses that my kids look forward to going to on Halloween because just like my neighbor across the street, when they see my kids, you know, they're my friends, they grab hands full of candy, bro, and just throw it in there. Yeah, I'm sure they did, and they weren't around, dude. After when we drove back, and I told my wife, I said, you know, because we took off to Walmart as soon as he left out, I'm like, you know what, I'm getting the kids out of here. So we loaded up and went to Walmart. And then we came back, and I said, let's just go that way and see if the road's still closed. And it wasn't closed. It was a good hour. And we went back, and right before there, I said to my wife, I says, you know, I won't be surprised if if they still have it blocked off because they're going to ransack his house. They're going to take every single firearm in that house, and they're going to look through every nook and cranny and try and find any ammo, any firearm, you know, stuff like that. They're going to clean him out. She goes, no, they're not. No, they're not. I says, watch. We'll come around the corner, and there will at least be 2 police cars, you know, little Explorers, and then there'll be 1 pickup truck, a police truck. No, there won't. I said, yeah, there will. They're going to take his guns. Pull around the corner. Sure as shit. The sun is standing outside of the house, dude. The house is taped off, and there's a couple squad cars sitting out there, a detective car, and that pickup truck. You know, the one the bigger police pickup truck with the shell. You know what I mean? And that's what they were doing is inventory and taking. And I think that's so lousy for him, though. Just because some idiots decided to, yeah. Wow, such a double-edged sword, you know? Because did he have the right to do that? No. But what did they do to piss this nice guy off? You know what I mean? Because dude, that guy is He's a gentle soul, man. I feel so freaking bad for him, dude. And then the neighbor sent my wife video of him coming out, and he came out, and he's a colored guy. He came out with his phone up because he was so recording, because he was so worried that he would get shot. You know what I mean? And this guy's in his 70s, bro, and he just had a stroke not too long ago. Can you imagine how much BS that is, dude? Like, he could have had a stroke walking out there because he was so freaked out. You know, so that's the things I think of, is not so much him coming out with the gun. Yeah, that was wrong. But the aftermath of the whole situation, the dude could have, they could have kicked the door in and done worse. B, when he was coming out like that, all freaked out, he could have had another heart attack or another stroke and died, you know, and all because some ass with his truck, dude. Yeah, so I that's the thing. I can guarantee you, because I know that we're not the only neighbors that feel this way. I can guarantee you that at a bare minimum, that construction crew that comes here to work is going to, at the bare minimum, get some sort of harassment from the neighborhood, because everybody loves this guy, dude. And everybody's seen it. Everybody around here knows it. And so I guarantee you that construction crew is going to want to get their stuff done and get out of here as quick as possible. Because if they are blocking a driveway, or if they're parked the wrong way, or if they're doing something, I guarantee you they're going to get called on by somebody. And lucky just that happens. I won't be surprised if there is some neighbors that just basically go up to them and say, "You're not welcome." You know what I mean? Because there is people like that in this neighborhood. I've been one of them. We got some guy smoking dope out, like right in between my house and the neighbor's house out for a late night. And I walked out there and told him he needed to bounce. That he had a couple minutes before the cops were going to show up. And I didn't call him, but I just, I told him that. I didn't want to try and get him to like be froggy with him and then end up in a wreck. You know what I mean? When my kids are inside the house and it's 1 o'clock in the morning and he's out there blaring his music, smoking meth. Oh, man. Okay, fog is here. Working tonight or at home? Chilling at home. Right. Yeah, I don't know. Do you know who Daniel Arias is? You know, Arias in the Nation. The other half of that duo, Spencer Joyce. He oh, okay. My homeboy decided to do the Route 66 journey, and he made it out here finally. He's out in Santa Monica tonight. I'm probably gonna run into him tomorrow because I guess he's got some family in San Diego, and he's gonna shoot from Santa Monica down, stay over there for a couple weeks. So he's gonna swing by tomorrow. We're gonna go over to have a beer or something like that. Hang out for a few. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Gonna be different though, for sure. He's a mellow. He's a cool dude, but he's a mellow dude. So it should be fun. And I got some other things. There probably won't be a giveaway tomorrow. Got too much stuff to do. I got to start getting some resin figures ready. Get those starting to get the printer set up for the resin printer set up for some resin figures. I got to make some for my buddy's band. It's getting that time of year again where they're running low and getting ready to start up touring. So what do I mean getting ready to start up touring? Those guys are always touring. They told me a story of they did we're gonna do a radio interview on this radio station K Rock, which is like a new wave station back in the day out here. And it's still around, but like back then there was this guy Richard Blade. And they got some cussing in a lot of their songs. And I guess that came up. And the comment was, how are you going to get a lot of radio play if you got cussing in your music? All you're going to be doing is you're not going to be able to get that radio play. You're going to have to get all your stuff out from touring. All you're going to be doing is touring all the time. And I guess he said, my buddy said to him, you mean I get to do this for the rest of my life? I'm in. So he was like, yeah, when he was younger, he's like, you mean I get to go on tour for the rest of my life? And they love it. He loves to tour, man. He loves to go on the road. They're definitely a touring band and not a. I mean, they got good albums and they write albums. They obviously got good music out, but that's their sweet spot. They love touring. So yeah, I got to make a whole bunch of figures because I'll make them and then prep them, get them all ready, and then he hand paints them all, and they sell them. So, like, he's into, like, he paints Hot Wheels and all that stuff, dude. Like, he does, like, toothpick painting. You know what I mean? Like glass, kind of. But instead of figures, he'll do, like, the band's figures, but he does Hot Wheels. And I guess Luch discovered a sweet spot not too far from him down the hill, though. That is a massive die cast store. So not just Hot Wheels, but Matchbox, all kinds of stuff. And he was telling me that they had stuff that I would jump on. So I gotta go over there and see. And then tomorrow too, me and my son are, hopefully I'll have that time, enough time. We're going to make some paper logs. You know, at the, you ever seen the paper, like the paper log presses, where you shred up the paper and soak it in water and then drain the water out and then put it in this thing and squeeze them flat and compress them into a square. Almost like a fire starter log. Let's see. Paper log, yeah, no, dude. It what it does is, I guess you take the paper and you let it soak in water, and it makes it like a, you know, like mache almost. Um, and then you drain the excess water out of it, and you take that mache out and you put it in this little press that is like makes, it's like a rectangle, maybe about 12 to 16, maybe 18 inches long by like 5 or 6 by 6, and you put it all in this thing here, in that thing, and then you put the top on it, and then it has this press, and you just take and put your weight onto the press, and you press it down and squeeze the water out of it, which presses the paper together tighter, and then just keep doing. Well, you know what? I wonder if you can do it with leaves, because I was going to take, because I wanted to make a couple, see how long they actually burn, and then I wanted to take a couple and yeah, bricks. That's what it is. It's basically a fire brick. Um, then I wanted to take a couple too and put dryer lint in it as well. You know what I mean? Like throw it in there and see if that'd be a real good fire starter log. Yeah, because that's what I'm thinking about, is like for camping, not using those to fuel the fire, but more to get the fire going and a scorching. And if it starts to die down, to be able to throw one of those on there and get the fire going good. You know what I mean? So, and also too, if they work good and they're not, obviously not toxic, because it's just recycled paper. Um, Even in the wintertime, for my wife, because she likes Christmas, instead of throwing a whole bunch of logs on there like she always has me do and it burning overnight, just throw a couple of those in and she's got her little Christmas burn. You know what I mean? She likes to do that late at night when she's wrapping presents Christmas Eve and playing the Christmas music. Likes to have the little fire going. And it's a gas log as well. There's like a gas hookup where we could put a gas log on there too, but she don't want a gas log. Yep. You like that comment, huh? Let's see. I had a wood stove in a brown Connie stone fireplace. Yeah. Speaking of which, I saw your video. The tent. That is a pretty cool tent, dude. It's pretty big. That's kind of like what my pop-up is. It's oh, nice. That's cool, dude. But yeah, that pop-up I was telling you about, it's 10 by 10. It's like that. It's height wise. It's kind of squared out and got a higher center though. You know how a pop-up is. But I got a big enough canvas, like area cover, that I could put down underneath it and either fold up on the inside or run it straight out. It did make me think that about getting Velcro and marking it off and then putting Velcro all the way around it and then putting Velcro on the canvas ground cover. So you can Velcro it on the inside to kind of basically seal it. Keep my wife from free. At least she wouldn't camp in it, but you know. Oh, no worries, dude. I'll grab a stogie real quick. Nothing I can do, I'm falling apart. It's a total eclipse of the heart. No lady feet tonight either. Uh, Camel white or camel blues. Basically the camel lights. I stopped on Marlboro's a long time ago because of the fiberglass filter. And I know it's still a rusty nail is a rusty nail, but uh-huh. At least the Camel's got the cotton filter. Or at least they used to. American Spirit Gold Organic. You know, I remember those things when they first came out, dude. And now you see them everywhere. Jeez Louise. I'm good. Hey, Lacey. I don't know. It's just me and Luke Duke here. And lurkers. Nobody here but us 3D prints. Yeah, that thing's gonna look cool once it gets done, because it's not articulating or anything, but it's coiled up. Looks pretty cool. How you doing tonight, Lady C? It was funny. I was just talking about you. Oh, that's Luke Duke saying that. I thought it was Lady C. I just saw the at part and the at and the L. I don't know where everybody is, bro. Jimmy's? I don't know. Is he still alive? Yeah, probably over there. Let's see. Oh, a lot of names don't really look familiar to me. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of unfamiliar names. Yep. Yeah, I don't know where else. Well, there's a fourth person in here. Let's see if they say something. Hi, fourth person. You're welcome to hit the like button if you want. You can also say hello. Luke, Duke, and I are here shooting the breeze. And that too. What the hell? Yeah, I got 3 boxes to go through. And just over the last few weeks, or actually a month, I had them situated, but we pulled all the giveaway stuff. I got one box that's got the giveaway stuff in it, another box that's got some stuff that I'm going through figuring out whether I'm going to give it away or if I'm going to keep it, and then another box of just knickknacks underneath one of my stainless tables. And they all kind of ended up in one and the other, and then a lot of stuff ended up on the top of the table now, and it's just like it was 3 weeks ago. It looks like a hoarder grenade blew up on it. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna have that. Even though I kind of do hoard. I can't have it blowed up. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I got some other stuff coming in. I got a couple of them because they were pretty good priced. Old school like Nintendo games, like 600 games or something like that. Just 2 players. I might give one of those away. I already got one of them though, and the connection wasn't working right. So they refunded my money, of course, and I ended up buying another one. But that's what kind of worries me about giving one of those out. I might check it beforehand. Because I don't want to give somebody something that's not working, Be kind of stupid. But it sucks, that those so far, one that I've gotten, and that's the thing about Temu, right? Read the fine print, make sure you're getting what you're getting. But I will say this, there's a couple things I didn't like, and I called them up, and they handled it. So, yeah, it plugs right into the TV, bro. It's got 2 like old school Nintendo type controllers, and it looks just like a Nintendo, but it's small. But dude, it's got like 640 games. I don't think they're all Nintendo games because I didn't go through all of them. But I can tell you it's got all the Mario games. It has a whole bunch of Nintendo shit. I can tell you one thing right now. Old Mario Kart's rolling over in his grave. It was invaded by the Chinese. So I'm hoping that it gets here before Luch comes down next week so I can hook one up to the TV in here and we can play it a little bit. It would be cool if I could hook it up through the computer somehow and live stream it, But shoot, I don't even know how to get my Xbox working on the, so I can play live. Let's lower this down. There. But yeah, the giveaway stock was running a little low, so I only got like 2 cameras, I think, left. 1 camera, 2 drones, an air pump, and 1 more speaker. So I know that's definitely a few weeks, you know what I mean? But I want more variety, dude. Yeah, for this snorkel assembly though, I'm gonna have to get the hole or get the hose size right and get a hole saw that right size so I can put. Dang, it's so hard to not talk about what it is when you're talking about putting in stuff, but I think you'll get it. So I can actually put the velocity stack down into the plastic and then connect the hose, which is a flexible hose, to the velocity stack and mount it and secure it. You know what I mean? And be able to get the filter to stack up without hitting up against anything on top of the stack. So, but it's a 6-inch, uh, 6-inch long stack, so it should be long enough. I'm hoping. I mean, I guess I could go into like a coupling or something and use that coupling, and you know what? Maybe that would be a good idea because then I can always remove the stack if I need to. Hmm. Yeah. Kathy, are you hiding in here? You can come out. This isn't like a Mosasaurus or anything like that. Man, you still here, Luke Duke? I'm fading. Yep. Sorting marbles. I'm about losing mine right now. Getting late. Dude, I go over to the liquor store and grab a soda while I'm at the kids' Halloween party at the dojo. Go in and grab the soda. Walk out, having a stove over there because I didn't want to smoke over by the dojo. Finish up my smoke, go to open up the soda. Damn thing's already been opened. Like somebody cracked it. So I walk back into the liquor store and I look at homeboy, I go, this thing was cracked open, bro. I'm not about to drink this thing, man. Can I go ahead and swap it for another one? He goes, normally we don't do that. He goes, but go right ahead. Like, he's giving me a pass. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay. And he goes, as I'm walking over there, he goes, next time, he goes, I ain't gonna do that. He goes, you're gonna need to open up the soda in front of me. And I stopped and I turned around and looked at him. I said, mother, I'm a 55-year-old man. And this is just a soda. If you're gonna be petty like that, I could buy several of them. I'm not worried about it. I go, but if you think I'm gonna open up a soda in front of you because another soda was already cracked open, you got another thing coming. And you're talking to the wrong person that way. And he just kind of looked at me and I grabbed my soda and I said, thank you. But it's like, dude, why am I gonna like walk back in the door and sit there and lie to you that I cracked open a soda and you're gonna talk to me like I'm some sort of little kid that's trying to come up on you? You know what I mean? It's kind of insulting, yet funny. But in all fairness, that is kind of the hood right there. Let me grab one more stove before this second bowl. Yeah, it's funny, Luke. Dude, the Musatar is holding a beer too, holding like a stein full of beer. Yeah, we don't have much courteous people out here nowadays, man. I mean, we do, but we don't. Just like everywhere, I guess. Ooh. Gotta check my trucks real quick. Make sure everything's locked up. Yeah, it takes all kinds, bro. For sure. For sure. Turn around, bright eyes. Robert. Juice. All right. One more, and then I do my rounds in the house and drop down in the chat. Make sure the dogs are out. Make sure they do their business, then let them back in. Let's see this here. See how the scales are looking on this. Can't really tell right now. Nah-huh. Nice. That's what you were doing, was sorting through what you had from that certain collection. Nice. That's real nice. Yeah, I was talking to my wife today about getting our Star Wars figures and like the old Pokemon cards and some other collectibles that we got, getting those graded just to see their value. Because I know we got some real rare she's got hundreds of Pokemon cards from back in the day, like the 80s or the 90s, whenever Pokemon was real big when she was a kid. And I know, like, she's got some holographic ones and stuff like that. I know they're worth money because I've looked on eBay. And, you know, eBay's not a really good place to gauge stuff. But when you see several of the same thing for about the same price, you see that's about what they're going for. You know what I mean? So, and then I got some tech decks that are brand new in the box still, that are over 20 years old. Just, I mean, they're probably not worth anything now, but wouldn't mind getting them graded. Wow. Holy crap. Clay marbles. Dude, how perfectly round were clay marbles? I mean, well, obviously, I guess they were pretty round because they were probably made in molds, I'm assuming. You just poured the clay into a mold. Or did they just hand roll them? You know what I mean? And then bake them. Could you imagine your clay marble just wasn't cured enough, and then you go ahead and shoot it at another marble and it hits the other marble and just crumbles into pieces? Did they ever make porcelain marbles? They did, huh? Yeah, here's a little story about brass marbles. There was a boy in my class who had balls made of brass. He rubbed them together, made bad weather, and lightning shot out of his ass. Just saying. Stone, wow. Well, marble is a stone, right? Did they make marbles? Oh, glass. They never made marbles? Could you imagine being a kid? Hey, I got some marbles. You want to play some marbles? Bet you everybody would start calling them marbles. Oh, wow. Melted glass, yeah. I remember back in the day, you could buy a bag of Puries for like $3. You know, like the little webbed bag or the net bag. Green or blue. Red ones were hard to find. Ah, it's crazy. And battered. Ah, crazy. Check this and American machine. American. Do you think anybody would like to win a computer webcam on a giveaway, dude? Yeah. Or a mini tripod. Tripod. Yeah, I know, right? But you're not alone, bro. I'm here for a few more minutes at least. I know. The lurker. Uh-huh. Man. mindset. Woody, what up, brother? How you doing, man? I know I'm fading quick, real quick. Yeah, been a long day, bro. Been a long, long day. For me. Oh yeah, yeah. I miss going over there too, man. But sometimes you got to make choices, dude. And nothing against him. Love Jimmy, miss Jimmy, and just choose not to be a part of things, man. And it's nothing against him at all. Yeah, I don't think it's your guitar, bro. I mean, just saying. Really don't. Well, I guess one more. This is what he came in. One more. Yeah, you can see the scale starting to come out on this thing. It's going to turn out pretty cool. It's a sea serpent. It's a mystical sea serpent. And my daughter pointed out to me today, I thought it was the Norse mystical creature that Beowulf fought, and I believe it still is. I got to look it up. But the name comes from Belalisco, and it was from Greek mythology as well. So I got to do a little research myself and see if that was actually what the thing was that Beowulf fought in the myth. Let me see. Or Basilisco or something like that. Let's see here. No, it was the dragon. It wasn't Beowulf that defeated the basilisk. Let me see here. Harry Potter defeated a basilisk. That's funny. Alexander the Great, Achilles, and Hector. Could kill with a glance or a poisonous breath. In medieval Europe, it was depicted with the head of a rooster, wings, and a serpent's tail. So there was different versions of it. Yeah, it was a European legends as well. Huh. So yeah, there was a basilisk in European folklore as well. I knew it, but it wasn't Beowulf that fought him. Beowulf defeated Grendel's mother, and a dragon. He also swam the sea or something in a race with somebody. Got that little heater on now. It's a little chilly, man. Let's see what the temperature is right now. Yeah, see, it's in the 50s, 56 degrees. Burr. 48. Damn. I'm good. I'll take my 50. But damn, this little heater feels good. Damn, I'll pass on that 48, bro. What you doing up this late, Woody? Surprise, surprise, surprise. Yeah, I'm wore out too, homeboy. I got a few. Get this sucker down me. It's stuck around for one more. Shoot the breeze with you for a view. You taking the day off or working tomorrow? What you doing, buddy? Right. Yeah, but probably no giveaway tomorrow. I'm just going to be too busy. I got to get some editing done too, man. Got to get some editing done. I got a ton of videos. Oh, damn. Hells yeah. Woody coming in with the $2 super chat. You freaking rock, Brody. Heart that. See, it won't let you pin it. Damn it. Thanks, bro. You freaking rock, homie. Much appreciated. Good night, man. Sleep well. Thanks for the $2 drive-by. I appreciate it. Hells yeah. Turn the ads off now, man. Dude, I got them turned down. They're set, not even set at medium. They're set at low. I'm sorry. But no. Got to pay for this filament and the shipping and all this stuff somehow, right? Oh, I know you're joking, bro. I know that's the joke for everybody on live streams. And I know who says that a lot. Nah, huh? Hashtag only Satan drives a car. Man, I'll tell you one thing. I wish I could slip old Lebanon Levi, a couple $100, go or walk over and kick that boy in the change purse. They're half screen during the stream. Oh wow. I don't know about this at stuff though, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. Instead of losing the stream. Oh, right on. Guess that makes it a little easier to make them skippable, right? You know what I mean? Oh, it replaces the chat. Oh. I wonder why I haven't seen that yet. Because I mean, like today I watched your video. I'm not sure. Did commercials come up? You seen when I left a comment. Other streams that I saw today, I haven't seen that yet. I'm probably testing it out right now, just like testing out this at stuff, which I think is ridiculous. Let's see something here. Dude, that's short. That 50-second short, the cop walking through the backyard with the pistol. has drawn 1,880 views since it's been put. It's crazy. Right? Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. I know that I had to do something to get Luch Mob Garage up there. Just like that. But I can't remember what I did. I've slept since then, bro. Speaking of which, 2 more and then I'm done. Freaking yawning so much, I'm tearing. The ever-evolving YouTube, right? Ever-evolving to bend you over. One more. Water. Let me put these things up before I forget. Oh. Yeah, Luch hates that. Open, there you go. Open. What was that? No, he's not. Petty shit stuff like that don't get to him like it does me, bro. He just states that he don't like it. He'll make it clear. That's it. I think it's more of the character that is originally he's seen it coming out of. And he has his reasons, bro, and he has a good reason. And he pointed out something I forgot that that person and somebody else did on a live stream one time. And that's from that day forward. That's the way it's been with him. There's been no difference. He just won't even tolerate it. That's why I would laugh if he came around on a live stream, because Luke handles things differently than I do. I'm more of Luke just kind of like squirrel. He uses tact. I just run through the wall. He figures out how to get a tractor to take down the wall. And boy, does he take the wall down. Always has. Okay, got a little bit more energy doing this here. I had to put up all our banners and flags. They were just folded up, sitting up there, and I don't want them to get all nasty. I did, however, order a couple new banners, and I might end up giving one of these banners away because I changed something on one of them. So, but it's depending on, of course, if Leach wants it or not. He gets first dibs on stuff like that. Press that a little bit. Yeah, dude, my wife gets these industrial type Ziploc bags, man. They either got that little pull over zipper thing, or they're the ones with the real thick zip part. So once you put them together, you got to yank them, get them apart pretty good. Beautiful. I like that a lot. This guy up here. Maybe I'll sit down for one more. Getting a little bit more energy. This guy up. It'll probably fade out pretty quick though, noisy. Three pairs of gloves. I got plenty of riding gloves. Paracord for days. A camping hammer for the spikes. Dude, I got these awesome little pulleys that with carabiners that you can put your paracord through and use them for hoisting and stuff. Pretty freaking cool, man. Oh, it's another camera. Yeah, see? No, I don't need any more cameras. It's another. There's 1, 2 cameras. I'll be damned. How be damned. How about that? Let's see. Dude, I got this, and I don't know when I'm going to use it, but and I don't know if I ever will, but it's really, really cool. I got this this fishing kind of harpoon sort of thingamabobby that it's a slingshot that's got a fishing reel on it, bro. And you can hook the line to these barbs that you shoot from the slingshot, and it just with the thing. I don't ever think I'll use it for maybe that, but I want to see how it works. I got a ton of paracord now. All different sizes too. But the carabiners are what's really cool, because it's like maybe about a 40, 50 pound test carabiner that's got maybe a little bit stronger, that's got a pulley on it, a little tiny pulley. So I imagine it'd be perfect for, like, hanging stuff up. Like hanging your food when you're camping as well. Something like that. Making a snare. Maybe some sort of pulley. Don't cross that part right there. There's shotgun shells that blow up from the trees. Yeah, it's this one's like a wrist rocket, dude. It's got two different setups. You can actually you can switch it out and put where it shoots the steelies as well. And I got another regular old school wrist rocket. But this one, dude, I just saw it and had to have it. You know what I mean? That's dumb buy, but those things you see sometimes, you're like, the kid comes out in you often. You know what I mean? And you're just like, no one has one of these. I gotta have this. And then you get it, you're like, oh, this is cool. What am I going to use it for? So, that happens sometimes. This goes here. That battery add-on part that I was going to put on the frame for the battery, dude, it's just too big. It's like for a car. I'm here. I'm just moving some stuff around, bro. Trying to situate my crates. My boxes. Ugh. Thing is loading these boxes where you can keep them to where you stack them. You know what I mean? It's like playing Tetris almost, you know? So let's see here. Yeah. For giveaway stuff, got 2 action cameras. Got 2 drones. Two drones. And 1 speaker that I know fits in the box because I already checked it in the prefab box, the Mirror Infinity speaker. That was pretty cool. It's it's just a mirror, and then when you plug it in, the lights come on, and it looks like it's just an infinite neon light going down it. And you can connect them just like that rock one. If you get another one, dude, you can connect it to that one, and you have stereo. Let's see, on air pump. So two cameras, 2 drones, an air pump, and a speaker so far. I think it was better to let. Was it better for you to choose, bro? Or would you just rather been given just no choice on that? Yeah, you like the multiple choice? Cool, that's probably what I'll keep doing. I think that's kind of better that way too, dude. Man, I still want to use this bullhorn right now, but my wife will beat my ass, dude. No, okay. I need to get down to the night because I'm gonna get out of hand, do something stupid, and get yelled at. Okay, one more. One more, Luke, dude. You twisted my arm. It is quite late. Yes, sir. I gotta get the Reaper out from behind over there and pull that header pipe and just have them make one. Or try and get him to bend it. Got 4 people in here. Welcome, welcome. You can see the scale starting to print out and stuff on it. It's looking pretty good, dude. I'm liking the way this roll of filament is. Okay, final. So you don't think like a factory air box with the filter inside that has an input, obviously, that's not covered at all, putting on a flexible line, which is included, and I don't understand why I can't find a port because it is included. You don't think putting on like a uni filter, that like a little foam filter on the end of that snorkel is going to affect it? It might. Yeah, I guess I'll just have to put the flexible hose on there and then put the setup on there and just run it before I do basically have to take a hole saw to where I'm making this hole. And just hook it up and see if it runs any worse like that. I should be able to tell it idle and revving, right? It wouldn't have to be under a load, would it? Because that might be a little hard. Figure the filter. It's definitely not like breather size, that's for sure. It's for like a 150 or a 250 carburetor, about that size. I believe goes from a 22 millimeter up to, oh geez, it even says it on there. I know it does. Let me see if it's the first one. Let's see how lucky I get by just grabbing right here. Of course, I ain't gonna get lucky. What is this? Luscious dust. One treasures. Oh, dude, I forgot about this. A wireless keyboard. What is this, though? Oh, this is that microphone. Huh. I got this microphone that you can plug up to your phone that has a little cat's paw and all that stuff. It works great, but I just never used it. I went to DJI mics. I went to wireless mics. Let me see here. See for sure, bro. The velocity stack does increase in size. I just don't know what size yet. Let me grab it. I can tell you right now because it's still in the packaging, and it should say the size on the packaging. Nope, it does not. 22. I know it's 22 millimeter to probably. It's a good size, dude. 26, 28 millimeter, maybe. I could grab a tape measure, couldn't I? One sec. Grab a tape. I know I got tape measure right here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Trial and error. Yeah, I know. I just don't want to cut into plastics unless I know for sure it works. You know what I'm saying? Because then I got a hole if it doesn't. Let's see here. So goes from 1.5 inches to 2 inch is the velocity stack. So it's 1.5 inches on one side widthwise and 2 inch on the other. Now it is approximately it's 5 inches long, and it cones up from that point, from like the very bottom, maybe an inch in, not even an inch, maybe about half an inch. and it starts coning up all the way to the 2-inch. So yeah. Alrighty. Got more puffs, yeah. Let's see here. Take a look at this thing. Oh yeah, the scales are coming out real cool. This thing's gonna turn out pretty rad. Alright. Well, it's time for me to drop down into the chat. I will see you guys in a little while. Probably a few hours now. You too, brother. I will be in the chat watching, making sure that nothing shuts down. It's weird. I'm at a point now, even if I doze off and I'm asleep, dude, if I don't hear this thing running, I wake up. Stay focused, Chip. All right, man. Pieces. I'm walking this way. The door is the other way. Stop looking for things to do. What the hell? Oh. Nice. All right, man. America.